Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today, we will be releasing the Steam demo, I promise, and maybe even releasing some merch. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat right now. We've got Virtue vs. Vice, goodbye to you, ZZZ, and Pixels Murphy. Welcome. Good to see you. I've been doing some artworking today on our new promo image. Boom, there it is. Welcome everyone who's also on YouTube, who happens to be lurking or checking out the stream in the VOD. We're almost there for what I'm trying to do here, which is I'm doing a version of this that is going to be vertical. So for like a t-shirt design, we are going to essentially just crop out everything here. And we're going to finish this as this image and put the title maybe below or just leave it as it is. I wonder, I wish I could do brushes for this, but I guess I can't. That's annoying. So feeling pretty good. I want to say another big welcome and thank you for the most recent follower and subscriber. Most recent follower, Shifty Joe. Most recent subscriber, Morning Mist. Thank you so much. Today I'm on a bit of a time pressure because I've got to go to meet some friends a bit later. So we're going to do the Steam release and we're going to do some merch dropping. Hopefully with less than, not that many hours to spare. What I need to do right now is eliminate all of this. How am I feeling about the playtest? I mean, look, I've built it up. It's certainly not a big deal. It's literally the exact same thing as the demo on itch. It's not, there's nothing special about it in terms of content. I've just built it into this massive thing in my head. But it's really just, I've just moved the demo from itch to Steam. And if this was any other game, I think it wouldn't, that wouldn't even be an important thing. Like it wouldn't be a big deal. It's just that for me, Insignia has taken so long to get to this point that it feels really big and scary. But it shouldn't be. Hey, it is just another step of the journey, and I certainly have done more committal things in the past. It's just like my brain has, uh, you know, it likes to build up stories in its head. It likes to make things a big deal when they're not really. All right, almost there. I wish I could draw an eraser with the brush that I was using. That would save a lot of time here. But alas, we don't have that luxury, so we have to do it manually. I'm trying really hard to not worry about the details here. I'm trying really hard to just get the logic in, get the ideas in, and move forward. Almost there. Do I have an opinion on which coding language to learn if your goal is game dev? Look, to be honest, anything that's got like a sort of straightforward object-oriented slant to it is probably the way to go. So Java, C#, even C++ if you're a real smart cookie. Potentially Python if you maybe want to do some, I don't know, depends on which language you want to learn, like which engine you want to use. But it's not that big of a deal whichever way you go. It's kind of not, it doesn't really matter. As long as you learn the principles, as long as you're making sure that you can learn the things that you need to, then the language is not that important. It's more like the logic and the features of I guess, programming that touch game dev concepts. Because once you know a couple languages, it's kind of nothing. Like you just pick up languages like badges, you know. There are some little gotchas with certain languages, but yeah, it's not too crazy. C# is what I would recommend though, if you're on Windows and you want to use something like Unity. Will this be a closed playtest? It's kind of it's by request, so you can join it. You just have to sign up. Okay. Looks pretty good. I want to keep these lines dirty. But I want the edges to be nice and clean. Because if you get like a white shirt with this on it, which I wouldn't recommend, but if I was to do a white shirt, you wouldn't want to see little black edges all around it. Cool. Pretty good. GD script's fine. Yeah, I don't have any problems with that. Nothing wrong with Godot. Godot in general is, I think, a pretty reasonable engine to learn because it's so focused. especially if you're trying to make simple games. It's got a lot of those base features right out of the box. It kind of feels a bit like Sprite. Like purpose built for this one kind of thing, so it doesn't have any of the frills that any of the other engines have. Okay, so what are we going to do with this hand? Yeah, composition is super important. Hey, David Jones, welcome. Composition is one of the most important game dev principles I think that there is. Because it enforces single responsibility principle to use composition. It kind of informs you. Makes you think about doing one thing at a time. I suppose cinematography too, but they're different concepts. Composition in programming means a whole made up of small parts, which I guess is something you could think about with cinematography, but it's cinematography is more about how the parts are arranged, whereas composition in programming is really more about just the fact that there are smaller parts. Their arrangement is kind of less the focus. I'm not super happy with her just yet, but I don't think I have much more time. Do you post shorts? I do post short form content. Yeah. Mostly of the stream. I don't really post like original shorts from scratch, although I did this week. I put together a time lapse this week. Recently, I've been feeling that shorts content actually has been doing better than my normal content, which is it's very unfortunate. I hate that about it, but you kind of got to go where the eyeballs are with some of this stuff. Okay, pretty good. Get rid of some of these construction lines. All right, did I leave any drawing lines anywhere? Yes. Okay, I don't think there are any more, but I'll have a look. Might just simplify this down. Too many shapes. Yep. Okay, and then just the sword. I think it's just the sword now, chat. He's looking a little bit confused here. Simplify that down. I mean, even simpler would work. I'm trying to think about my ear. I don't think this works this way, but I don't know how it does work. Let's look at an ear. Ear. Ah, I see. That's where that connects to. Down here. Did I get that right? Dun, dun. I got it, but it's not right yet. No, this doesn't go this way. This goes down here. This goes out here. With this like that. But I got to simplify it a little bit more. Maybe not so dark here. Here. Cool. Hey. Ah, thanks. Goodbye to you. Yeah, I mean, like the ears are, I mean, red. Sorry, I'm thinking about the ears. Red is it's a fun color. What did I leave here? What is this? Get out of here. It's fun, and I think doing dramatic lighting like this, it helps me a lot because it means that I just have to think about the direction of the light, and that's it. I don't have to think about, like, I guess I am thinking about all the colors that things are, but I don't know. I suppose I'm, like, her skin tone for me has been really challenging. It's probably too hot here, this pink. I probably should have taken the red out and made it a bit more grayscale. But I think it kind of looks cool. Looks kind of dramatic. And people with these kinds of skin tones can have like a blue quality to the skin. It's not out of the question. Also, this is fantasy, so like you can kind of do whatever you want. But, you know, you kind of want to go somewhere between, you know, it's got to be some kind of real aspect to it, to the extent that it's like based on people. Do I even need that? Okay. Not a fan of whatever the hell this is. I guess that's... Let me simplify this. I think I was trying to put a red shirt in between the red armor and her brown skin. I don't think that's going to fly. I don't think it's going to work. I think I just have to simplify it down. Yeah, just keep it simple. That's tough. Because I'm trying to do her, you know, this part here can sometimes be like, when you have like there's like a lump here where the ligament is or whatever, like a muscle that goes this way. You know what I'm talking about, right? I can't. Like there should be one. I guess I can't even see it on mine. I don't know why I expected to be able to see something there. I guess I'm just not as muscly as my characters. I think I just assumed, I guess there's like a bit of a divot there maybe though. Yeah, like I'm trying to show definition in her skin, in her musculature. And I think that kind of works there. You need something. One day. And then it's fun because you get, with lighting, right, you get some areas where there's shadow. But like a shadow, if this is red light coming from the fire that's over here, where the red light doesn't exist, you still get the ambient blue. So this tone here, like it should probably be more like this, but like it's not that dark because the red is really only being, light is additive, you know? So it's shadowed from the red, but it's not shadowed from the blue. I don't think that's a real thing I've just done here. There we go. That'll just do there, I think. Yeah, I feel like she unfortunately has, at this point, a little bit less definition than this guy. And I wonder if that's going to be a problem for me later. Not later. I wonder if it just doesn't look very good. I wonder if that's just not very nice. I can't seem to get this right. I keep doing this thing where I'm really just trying to do this. But in a way, this edge here is probably more likely to be blue. And this edge is going to be orange. That tells the story I was trying to tell, I think. In that this is facing up and this is facing right. All right. I'm still not 100 on it. But I think I could be here all day and not get it right. So to avoid that, I think I'll have to move on. There is a sign up. It's on Steam. All right, maybe we get one more little split in the hair. That's cool. Alrighty. I mean, honestly, the whole thing could be blue, but let's go with that. Okay. Game resolution, I mean, it's 1080p, but the base resolution is 640 by 360. All right, maybe some more blue on this. Yeah. Okay. So, final thing, sword. Now, someone said yesterday that they would want the sword to be brighter. What do you think, chat? I think if it goes any brighter, it'll take focus away from Armin. I'm not sure I can afford to go warmer or even brighter. I think it's pretty good as is. Thank you. That's very kind. But actually, this probably should all be red. I just don't want to make it so saturated. So maybe we'll pick a duller red. Like it's supposed to be reflective, but not like... It's not a mirror. What even is this color? I mean, it's kind of facing the sky. So it should be like... If anything, this would be darker. I'm getting a bit muddled between the value and the hue, saturation, brightness on this. There's so many different ways to think about it, depending on how you think about which way it's facing. Like that seems about right. In fact, it would be even brighter. Right at the corner. And then down here, it would be blue, but also dark. So it would be like a dark blue. And then here would be facing the sky almost literally. So that's fine. And then this, I mean, it depends on where we are. Like if it could be reflecting off of the, fire. We could have a little bit of a specular there. That's actually pretty sick. not that much though. I'm just not sure if I do a reflection off of that, right? Boing, that's coming almost like towards like us. Like if it's bouncing off of there, it's coming back this direction. So the question is, what's here? You know? And I guess it would be just blue. It would be more sky. But maybe with a bit more fire on this side. And then the brightness of this would be something between, like, you know, it's something here maybe, I don't know. But it's so dull right now. It's so desaturated that, like, maybe it would need to all be just a bit brighter and a bit more like that. I don't know. Something tells me it should be cool though, more cooler colored. I think if we just go for the general logic of blue at the top and red at the bottom, that might actually save us a lot of energy, because it's just like the brain will have an easier time interpreting it. And then we just do a bit of this sort of like hard edge shimmering and be done with it. Maybe a little bit more saturation on this, maybe more like this. But the difference in color right now is so great. It actually affects the value. I wonder if I could grayscale this and like just look at it like it's grayscale. Or we do the painterly thing and just use whatever colors we want, and as long as the value is right, it doesn't matter what the colors are. The hues can just be whatever. It is a cup. You're not mistaken. There is a reason. Yeah. Are you asking for the reason, or are you just asking if there is one? There is one. The blade is kind of designed originally to be more ceremonial than for combat. It's not super practical. It is a weapon. I mean, it's definitely like, you could definitely use it as a weapon in combat, but there is sort of magic in it, or it's like it's literally a vessel for magic. So that's why it's a cup. And that magic it's essentially, have you ever heard of, like, people call the fuller of a sword like the blood groove? You ever heard that before? Like the idea that, like, oh, when you kill something, like the blood kind of like runs down this part here. Well, in this universe, and I'm not this explicit in the lore, because the game's kind of like not for children, but there are aspects of me trying not to make it too gory. But if I was to get really gory with it, the idea is that the weapon requires the life force of the things that it destroys, basically as sacrifice, in order to activate the magic that it has. Essentially, it like uses the souls of the defeated to do magic. Hey, a goth elf, welcome. That's right, hence the main gimmick. Yeah. You capture the enemy's abilities, and that's how it works. So they're originally, like in the script, there was a little bit more kind of like explicit lore about drinking from the cup, and it might still feature in some fashion in the game. Like, I haven't written it off. It's just so dark conceptually that it feels a little bit too off color for what the story is. So I'm kind of parking it a little bit for now, that one little story beat, I guess. Or that like twist of logic. It's just like a little bit too much, right? Okay, this is going to be absolute white at the top. And then this could be white here too. No, he doesn't. It's not like that. That's too. I feel like a joke like that draws attention to it in a way that I wouldn't want to. It is a funny idea, but... So this color here might be a little bit more gold on the inside. I feel like if I get this right, it'll look really, really good. It's really going to make the piece if I get it right. So tough though. Mentally, I'm just not. I'm not that smart. This is supposed to be a little bit more smooth, this roll off. People who can like do this with light and like actually interpret the values all the way properly are actual wizards. Actually, this is supposed to be smooth. And this is not as pointy as it looks. And this is more rounded. In the game. so hard. So difficult. Because there's perspective to think about, like it should get bigger as it gets closer to us. There's the edges, like the geometry to think about. There's the lighting, the normals of the edges. Holy moly. You're a wizard. Oh, I don't know. Also have to do this kind of like big shiny specular thing. This like reflection. I just don't know. I think it might need to be less saturated. Like this, it's so close. Is it like this color? I think I liked it more when this wasn't like so white. But it's not right. It's still not right. Like I'm looking at it and I can tell that the colors are all wrong. Also, like, what is this? The geometry's all gone. Maybe like flickers, just flickers of red and the different colors. Just put all kinds of little reflective bits everywhere. Because there's also this thing of like me trying to, I'm just drawing as well. Like there's a lot of line art here that I'm trying to just assert. So to the extent that there is line art, I can kind of just draw a line and say, okay, that's just where a line is. Also, I think this is supposed to go out before it goes in. like that. It's getting there. It is all in one layer. Hey, Kirkwood, thank you so much. Well, I mean, it should be predominantly reddish, maybe. There's also, I guess it is, right? I guess you shouldn't even see this part. That should just not be there. And then maybe we would see like red here. But it's sort of, I don't really know. I guess it is. I guess you're right. It should be redder. Oh, congrats, Kirkwood. That's awesome. But I don't think I want it to be like, if let's just say I went like this. Ink brush, and I just went red. Is that right? Do we want that? I don't think so. Even if I went, you know, up. Yeah. Hey, Prince Programiv. This is Leonardo. I think I'm also, like the way I'm mixing these colors, it's because it's like paint, it's subtractive. So when I go to this color and I go to this color and I try to find the middle spot, you get this desaturated thing that sort of feels darker than both. Whereas it probably needs a bit of a boost in saturation after I've done to get to like something like that. This is kind of what I was trying to do here. You know, it's like resaturate it. Tough. Hey, Kareem. Welcome. Tough. Because again, like in the game, it's kind of, I don't know, it's like white. And should we maybe tone these down a bit? Are they eating up too much space? Maybe just like... Yeah, I think it needs a construction line just to say, hey, like this is the sword and that's in front. I can't draw, dude. Do. Okay, and then start again. Do. Okay, and start again. Do. And then actually this is going to stay more or less facing down, this part. Could this become a poster? It could. It could. All right. And I don't think it's worth trying to put magic in the sword at this point. I think that's asking too much of it. Because that would have been my next thought. No. Wait, cricket the sport? No. I'm not sure what cricket is with double T though, if that's something different. No, I'm not a cricket fan. It is big in Australia, but it's not big where I live. In Sydney, it's kind of nothing. At least, no, that's not true. It's more of like a different part of Sydney, I guess. Like eastern suburbs, I think they follow it more. Or like, you know, there's a fairly large Indian population out west, and I think it's played a lot out here among them. I mean, I live not far from a field that's a cricket field in the summer, but nobody that I associate with ever played it there. I mean, there are people who play it. It gets played. Yeah. Hey, Phoenix Metal. Welcome. Thank you so much. Thanks for the sub. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's the kind of thing where you tune in specifically for that event because we like to beat the English. You know, it's like America beating Canada in hockey, you know? Americans don't care about hockey unless they're playing Canada and winning. It's a little bit like that, at least where I live. I think I've put too much love in this space here. There's just too many ideas. I like thinking about it that way. Too much love. It's too busy, but because I've loved it too much. I think it's getting better. Now, what is this edge right there? I think I just do that with it. Where is this facing? I guess it's facing right here. There'd be a little bit of a specular, but not really otherwise. Yeah, just a bit of dump, and that's it. Is this game woke? Hey, Estatican, what does it mean for it to be woke? What is a woke game? Like, is the game political? No? Is this woke? Is this woke? What is woke? Is that more of an American thing? To have woke games? I mean, do you know, my understanding of the word woke is that song Redbone, and that's about it. I think it means different things to different people today. In Wokenia. Woke? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what it would mean for the game to be woke. I'm just making the game I wanted to make. I don't know, Adam. It sounds pretty woke to me. Fun sounds pretty woke. Yeah, but how can like a fantasy game have like, is it the suggestion that like aspects of the game are allegorical for modern day politics? Is that what woke means? Or is it that I have like a female character who looks like she can fight? Is that woke? Just that? God forbid. I just don't know what it means. Like, I just don't think that way, you know? That's just not the basis on which I make my decisions creatively. I'm just thinking, is this a good story? You know? I'm not thinking, can I use this story to convince people of what a woman is? Can I use my game to convince people that drinking whole milk is bad for you. Am I trying to convince people that you can't tell jokes anymore? Yeah, it's funny. My like political compass has, I feel like I haven't shifted any of my ideas at all in the last well, actually that's not true. I think I've probably become a little bit more liberal if I had to say something explicit about like where my political leanings are. But Australia is so much further left than America anyway that like it's hard to even really talk about it. Like most of the people in this country would be left and right, either side of me, pretty even distribution. Like I would be considered politically a centrist in Australia, but in America that would be considered left. And as far as like my ideas about like social ethics and rights, like I haven't really changed that much. I think when I was much younger, I was maybe a little bit more defensive about masculine ideas. Like I think around Gamergate, I was like 18, during that time. So I was pretty like, what did men do wrong? I'm not like that. Not all men. That was kind of my attitude at the time. But all of that stuff, it kind of doesn't even, it's like when that was what we were arguing about, I feel like it was sort of one thing. And now the political spectrum, the kinds of things that we argue about and talk about are so, I don't know, they feel like less, it feels like it's, for me, harder to take that stance that I had as a teenager with some of these things, either because they're not my issues, like they're not for or about me. They don't affect me. They have nothing to do with me. So it's harder for me to have a defensive stance about them, or like I just don't feel threatened by them. Like it doesn't really affect me what other people do with themselves. It's not my thing. It's not my problem. It's not my, it's, let people do what they want to do with their lives. That's pretty much where I stand on it. And I think where we are now, like in America, some of these ideas are so politicized, whether it's trans stuff or whatever, like that stuff is so not important to the daily lives of like 99.999% of people. But it's such a loud topic over there. Like I don't feel really equipped to have a stance, nor do I feel like I need to have a strong stance other than just like let people live. So it's certainly not in my art, like this game has no place. There's no place in this game to have commentary about modern day issues. Specifically those ones. There's nothing about my game that has anything to offer. I feel no responsibility, to do so. I don't feel like I have a place. All I can do is like, you know what? Actually, if I could say this for a second, one of the things that I feel I do have a responsibility for, which I feel like more strongly about, is the relationship between like modern society like the everyday person and their relationship with their environment, you know. Like in the narrative, the things that I care about talking about are more about, it's more about personal responsibility, aspects of mental health, dealing with grief. Like these are things that I want to talk about if I want to talk about anything in my game. I don't have anything political to say in my game. I just want to create a space where people can explore their feelings that are human feelings. Then I'm not trying to teach people who are in one demographic or another about the other demographic. I'm not trying to force you to be more sensitive. I just want to paint a picture that you look at and you feel something when you see it. And that's it. That's all. I don't need to convince you of anything. There's no ideological aspects of it. I'm not really trying to describe what a man should be or what a woman should be or anything like that. It's just, this is just a story I want to tell. And it mostly comes from just feelings that I feel, you know, in my journey, just as a person growing up. Like disenfranchisement is probably the biggest thing that one second, my wife's gasping. One sec. Okay, she was just excited that birds were eating bread off of her car. Don't worry. She doesn't realize that when you go, people will go, what?
You told me to take the bread inside.
Yeah, I wanted you to take the bread off of the neighbor's fence. You can put it on your car if you want. Oh my gosh. I thought she was suffocating or something. Goodness. My poor heart. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, like the game isn't out yet, but like Armin the character, you know, his little sort of personal journey, it's all about growing up, dealing with grief. That's really what it's about. It's about accepting responsibility that gets put upon you. It's about the difficulties that we in today's society, if I had to make any allegory or like any message that I'm hoping is like that people relate to, it's this idea that like that your personal journey, your personal expectations about what your life is going to be like, that you don't have control over that. That's kind of like the biggest one. Like grief about the lack of personal control we have over our own destiny. Because I think as a millennial, like we were taught about a lot, like individualism was like a really loud topic. You know, the idea that you can be whatever you want. Well, my character wants to play cello in like a orchestra. He never gets to do that in the game. That gets taken from him like straight away. And his relationship with the version of him that he hoped that he could be, which is very humble, right? He doesn't want to be given any kind of responsibility or task or quest or anything like that. But the fact that he has to, there's resentment there. I resent when I'm put in positions where I have to do more than I want. And there's guilt there too, you know, like what are you allowed to feel bad if you're asked something, if something is asked of you that you don't want to do, but you have to do it. You know, there's familial responsibility, you know, parenthood, and even like as a son, you know. I was kind of thrust into a position for a couple of years when my mum got sick, where like I was not like primary caregiver, but like definitely like someone who had to be around all the time because everybody else was working or at university or whatever, and I was kind of like just out of university. And I just quit my full-time job to start game dev, so there was a lot of like, well, Adam, you're around, so you'll do this, right? And of course, I always said yes, because what else am I going to say? There's a little bit of that in Armin. A little bit of the story has that flavor to it of like, he's a nice person because he does things for other people, but he's not a good person because he doesn't want to do those things. He's nice. He just knows how to get around without making waves, which is there's something there that I think a lot of people, I mean, maybe there's if that's the only thing I say about men, maybe that's something of like nice, what it means to be nice, and that doesn't, nothing is owed to you to be nice. In fact, nice can be a display of lack of confidence, agreeableness, you know. It's like, if you don't want to do something and you do it anyway, maybe you're not standing up for yourself, you know. Anyway, they're fun ideas to explore. It's not really about making a statement. It's just about like examining something in the context of story. I like characters who have problems. And I like when the problems are human problems rather than just problems that are like, oh no, I'm a wizard. Like, oh, I spent my whole life with my evil uncle and auntie, you know, this like Cinderella thing where it's like the protagonist is perfect and they just have really bad luck until one day destiny finds them and they get to live their life perfectly from then on. Or like I love Harry Potter, but like he's not a character that I relate to. He's just a messiah. We like messiahs, but like that's not a person that I think about as a friend. That's just like a figure. And it's certainly not me. Like, I'm not Harry Potter. You know, nobody thinks about, oh, I'm like Harry, you know. Because he's just sort of too perfect. He's got there's too many things about him that are just like, well, anyone would do that. You know, it's like Link from Zelda. Link is just so perfect. He's just like the perfect person. He doesn't even have like independent thoughts a lot of the time. He just sort of does the heroic thing all the time. So if anything, the only thing that I try to do with Insignia that's different is give you a hero that's like just not one, at first at least, and who, yeah, who's got, issues that are normal issues. I also like the idea of exploring, like, what would it take for when being the Messiah is not like something that the character who is chosen wants at all, and it's not glorious either. Something like the Hunger Games. The Hunger Games, in the context of the Hunger Games, of the world that story is set in, they are glorious. Like, to participate in them is such an honor. This is like, in Insignia, it's not that. It's not even, no one even knows half the time. Like, most of the people who the main character is defending or trying to do things in their name are never aware of what he's doing. So it's not glory. Harry Potter is glorious. He's famous. Imagine, like, being born a famous person. Why would that be worthy of being a story? Like, why would you write a story about a famous person? You know what I mean? I mean, he's like a famous person, but in the way that, like, Jesus is. It's like he suffers, but he's so famous and everyone loves him. And it is, I mean, Harry has, like, a hard time for sure. Like, his life is difficult. But, like, it's difficult in the way that, like, a World War II veteran who's tasked with, like, killing Hitler would be like, yeah, your life is hard because you might die, but, like, every single person in the world would be grateful if you succeeded. You have the adoration and love of literally everybody, and anybody who doesn't is just like a villain. Like, anybody who doesn't want Harry to succeed in his life, or, like, who doesn't support him in his struggles, or doesn't believe him, when he says Voldemort's back, they're all just losers. Like, why would anybody do that? I still like it. I love Harry Potter, but, like, some of that stuff is just not relatable to me. I quite like, do you know what I do like? I like Jon Snow in Game of Thrones. I'm rewatching it at the moment, and Jon Snow's story that's the one that's closest to Armin's, because he chooses to be a man of the Night's Watch. Well, not quite like Armin, I guess, because Armin doesn't choose this, but Jon he does something that he thinks he ought to do, and then very quickly realizes that, like, no one cares. No one thinks this job is important. In the modern world, no one's going to be grateful to him, and now he's sworn an oath, and tough luck. And so his personal like code of honor, or his motivation for doing, anything in that first book or first couple books, it's kind of like, well, oh well, like, you're gonna have to deal with your own sense of honor and, like, propriety or whatever. Like, if it's wrong, you get to choose if it's wrong, or if this oath is worth keeping. That's your responsibility to decide whether or not you're going to keep that oath. I think, like, that's it, isn't it? It's the idea that, like, no one's going to tell you what you are supposed to do. No one's going to tell you that. It's up to you. Right and wrong is like a very blunt weapon the concept of, oh, I had to do this because it was what was right. It's like, well, by whose decision was it right? And is that going to help you sleep at night? Like, you can't really hide behind oaths at a certain point. I think that's what I like about, I mean, Ned Stark, for example, that's his fatal flaw as a character, is that he relegates logic away because he just believes in doing what's right. Like, based on what the law is. So he never questions the law. He never questions honor until it's too late. And by that time, it's too late. So this idea of like, well, what you want to do and what you have to do and what you're supposed to do, that's up to you. That's what I like about, if I do Insignia right, that will be a big theme. That said, the story's not that deep, and what Armin has to do is pretty straightforward. But how to feel about it is a different thing. Sometimes, like, what you are supposed to do is really obvious, but how to get through it is not obvious. Like me, I know what I'm supposed to do. I'm just not very good at doing it all the time. It's hard for me to do what I'm supposed to do. Even if it's easy to know what it is. Even if it's obvious. I don't always feel good. It's a discipline thing too, right? Like, being good, even if you would prefer to stay at home. It's hard. I imagine, like, there would be many people who like have kids, like mothers who have children and then just decide like, I didn't realize what I was doing when I took up this responsibility, and I don't know that I want to be a mother. Because the living it is so different from the doing it from the start, you know? Like, being a mother is so different from becoming a mother. And that's what growing up is, in a way. You know, it's like there are things you can control and things you can't control. What you can control is whether or not you accept the things that are out of your control. That's where the lesson is, I think. Like, how much personal suffering are you going to go through between realizing that you don't have control and accepting that you don't have control? I've gone through a lot, personally. How's that looking, chat? Hang on. I'm waiting on a message. Okay. Is it too bright here? I didn't quite get that part right. Honestly, this could literally all be blue. That was fine. I just can't seem to get the wrist right. That thumb joint. What the hell am I looking at here? Let's simplify the colors until we get something we like. It's not far off. It's just not quite right. Whoa. We could just stick with simple skin color and not worry about the reflection and just go, it's fine. Let's do the mirror test. What do you think about the forearm? I think it's right now. I think it looks pretty good now. I feel like so much of anatomy is just like plausible deniability. Like you just need enough of something to tell the visual story that you're trying to sell. And then as soon as you have enough, you just good enough. Like I would love to be able to draw this line and this line here and then this line here. Maybe I could still do that. But it doesn't look like anything if you do that. So like, I think I'll just simplify it away. I mean, I want to give it shading, but I just don't know what shading to give it. Like it would be taking light on from all of this. That's what it would be doing. that's right next to it. And this would be taking on shadow from it as well. So it should be something like, I don't know. And then this should also be a lot of sort of skin tone. They should be really blended. Because it's a mirror, right? So like, I mean, maybe all of this should be really dark and almost blue. But it's too complicated. We're right in the corner there. So I don't think I need to do realism. I don't think it's relevant. I think instead I just go zoop, or something like that, you know, just do a black line and go, that's a line art. When the sword seems to shine like you've got too much lines, that's a line art. Yeah, definitely way too much attention in this space, but I want this red, the middle red, this one, boom, and I just want to put it right here and here and here. And then I want to take this and I want to put it right sort of here. Not really. This is kind of in front of everything else, so we could do a line if we want. Okay. So now I want to do this into this, and then I want to put something in his hand, and that's it. Then we're done. No, it's not the book. It's going to be a crystal, I think. But the only concern I have with it is a Bryce tile. Bryce tiles. You gotta move, you gotta roll. Also, what do we think about Baruch here? Did I get him? I think I got him. He went through so many versions. He started as this, then he got to this, and then it was this, and then it was this. This. The open hand was okay, but it just didn't work there. So now I think he's in a good spot. All right. I'm thinking maybe like, well, first of all, hang on, let's do something here. I want to put a groove in here. Kind of hard to do that. Maybe desaturate it. And then we probably don't need this one. That's better. Sweet. And then this is looking a little muddy. All right, much better. So like, I was thinking like maybe green or red or yellow, or yellow might be the easiest to use with this color scheme. Let's try a new layer. Nah, maybe green. We're on a new layer, so I can do whatever I want here, I think. You know, something where it's like... In the past, I had like... I was going to do something like that. I think it takes away, doesn't it? Edit, adjust, colorize, saturation. I can't really do anything, can I? I mean, the pink's kind of cool, but there's no pink in the game. Blue doesn't work. Green works, but it doesn't look good with the image. And then yellow is kind of just whatever. There is a purple ability in the game. Or we could do something like this. Instead, we could do, pardon me, we could do like flecks of the different ensign colors. So take the green, take the yellow, and just kind of like flick them around in different places. And then the blue. And then the red is like this red. rainbow definitely work. No, maybe we just keep it shut. But I do like the idea of it being there's something special in here, right? That's a winning idea, I think. What's going on here? I can't see my fists. Yeah, it kind of does. You kind of do just tuck the finger in there. Kind of just is what it is, isn't it? But I don't want to like. Yeah, the thumb is supposed to be. I think if I had done this a little bit better. Then I could have made it look more like it's moving this way. Kind of over the top. Because it's supposed to be like, see here how it's like, you can't even see the top in the way that it's set up there. It's kind of hidden. We could do some sort of like glowing something. It's just, we need to be very careful. If I just use a round brush for a sec, let's just play. Nope. Wrong layer. It kind of works if we do it subtly. But we might have to darken like all of this. Or put red on it. You've got red on you. Because then the yellow will shine a little bit more. I'm not sure. Explore a little bit more. Let's give this 5 minutes. Ping me in 5 minutes and tell me my time's up. Is it a little too weird? Or am I cooking? That's true. I'm trying to get the light through the fingies. It's just it's really hard. I guess if I had like an additive layer, is there an additive screen? Is that what I'm looking for? Yeah, maybe that's what I want. 5 minutes up. Pardon me. What do you think? Do I keep cooking or do I give up? Your call. Well, he either has the thing is in the game, right? These crystals would be in the sword. So either he's like holding all of them or we just get over it. I think I kind of liked what I was doing with the hand, darkening the color. I think I could still probably get away with a lot of those edits. The blue. Or just do a little bit more. But I don't think I have much more to give on this one. I think we're almost done. Maybe it's not worth the price. Trying to get all of the lore in there. Like, I'd like to. I just don't know if it's worth it. Then I suppose the question is, what's his hand doing? Could be a map. Like paper. Like a note. A quest. Throw up a gang sign. Throw up a gang sign. It's just... You have a review my game redeemed. From today though? When was that redeemed? It was redeemed by Mr. D-Boy. Yo, Mr. D-Boy, are you still here? Armin hates this ham, cheese, and tomato sandwich. Yo, we might not be able to do that one today. Sorry, D-Boy. Do you want to try again next week? Early next week? Like Monday? I'd be happy to play whatever you've got. Armin has had enough of these nachos. All right. Jesus. Then I guess maybe just the hand. We just leave it where it is. I think we just de-emphasize the hand and we move on. What did I do before? Whoops. Too dark. Oh, that's not much better. All right. I just need to calm down. I will use one color, this one, for all of it. Maybe a little more blue. That's the color. Hey, yeah, we are doing a playtest. You have a paint over? Hey, Meow. You can send it. Send it to me on Discord if you have me on Discord. I'm pretty much done with this though. Like, I don't think I'm going to do much more with it. We could do the book thing. The book thing was a different idea. So the book... I hate that I'm rushing. That's what I hate. That's looking so realistic. The book idea would have been... what I did originally, which is hand here. Holding book like this. Pages out like that. Bro, what is my brain doing? Oh, I see. The thumb's inside of it and the fingers are 1, 2, 3. In which case they're probably on this side. In which case this is like kind of more like that. And then the book is more like this. Anyway, it is the Smith syllabus. Let me check out your paint over idea. Yeah, holding the crystal directly. Not a bad one. Yeah, the tough part with showing one crystal is you kind of... there are 4 in the game, so do I... Yeah. How do I... It's really a question of like, at what point in the story is this Armin? There is a point where he has 1 crystal and it's an emerald, but that's... and this is not a bad time. That would be mid chapter 2. So yeah, we could do it. It wouldn't be against the plot. It just wouldn't be like the whole story. You guys prefer the book. Okay. Do I like MTG? A long time ago. Used to. A long time ago. Like when I was 13. And I haven't really played since. I was into it for a bit. So, maybe we could bring the book up. Maybe even enlarge it. Maybe flatter. All right, chat. Preferences. Book and book and book. Everyone says book. Okay. All right. I'm watching rewatching Game of Thrones at the moment, and we're up to the birth of Reek. So sad. Very hard to watch. Well, maybe maybe in the book of Game of Thrones, Reek, you sort of have to read through a lot of it. Maybe that's what makes it harder. Or does he actually have a worse time? I mean, maybe he does. I don't really know any of this stuff. I haven't played it. I haven't read it. I'm actually surprised there's no Game of Thrones like third person action game. Would you play a From Software From Software Game of Thrones game? Have you seen the Eternal Life of Goldman demo? Never heard of that. I don't even know what that is. Goldman Sachs. I mean, there are big monsters in Game of Thrones. It could take place like Beyond the Wall. It could be called that. It could be called Beyond the Wall. That'd be sick. Kart racer. Well, there is a Bloodborne kart racer, so nothing is impossible. All right. I made a promise today, chat. To myself, and I made a promise in the title that I would launch the demo. So I think I got to stick to that promise. friends. All right. Let's release it. I'll do this later. The thing is, I'm so scared of this because I have a playtest, and because it's a playtest, it's using the language that it would use for the full game. And it says release now. Using the publish now button will make your playtest playable. Here are the actions that will be performed. Transition the Steam Store display page from coming soon to released. Enable owners to download and launch the game. That scares me. The released scares me. I don't want to release Insignia, but I am looking at the store page for playtest. Are you ready to release your game right now? That's scary words. Accidentally release the full game. It's definitely not. I'm going to press the button. I hate this. Wait a second. I don't know. God damn, it's scary. I don't want to release Insignia. the game's not ready yet. All right, whatever. I pressed it. Release my app. This is the demo. Your applications are visible on the Steam store. So if I want to open up the playtests, let's have a look. Grant access to more testers. Number to grant, 376. All right, see if you can access it. Cool. Okay. We did it. We did it. Oh, that's so scary. That is terrifying. How do I figure out the minimum system requirements? I just set them myself. Oh, that was so scary. Two minutes before RE9. No, you gotta request access. I will grant a little more. There you go. Whoever's waiting, you now have access. That's a lot of people. But what do I do now? Do we have forums we need to set up? Like, I don't even... I guess we've got the Discord stuff. Okie dokie. Whew. Scary stuff. Okay. Well, back to designing merch. Should we stay on Discord forums or should we switch to Steam forums? I think I'm a little concerned about Steam. I don't know if we're like at that point yet. Because Steam is kind of like a bit general public, don't you think? Or do you think it's ready for general public? Am I just that controlling over my own thing that I can't tell when other people should be allowed to play it? I really can't. I'm really not the kind of person. I'm terrified of people not liking it, even though it's not ready yet. Now, if I'm holding a book, I think I'm doing this with the book. Maybe this finger should be on this side. Just give him an extra one. There you go, fixed. Could take away this one. And then furl up this one. Does anyone else have resolution funkiness? You should be able to go into, if you're just playing the game, you should be able to go to this settings and then video and then toggle this. Can you even get to that? Keyboard prompts show up on Steam Deck. Ah. This would be a good time to start posting things onto the Discord. So you don't, when you press buttons, you don't get to see, you don't see like inputs, like controller inputs. You should. Yeah, it does that all the time. It doesn't know what you're going to press until you press it. If you have a keyboard attached, it will start with that. But it doesn't know. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't know in advance which device you're going to use until you press a button. I suppose I could say something like press anything to continue. That might be better. Replaced? No, I don't know about it. Too much lighting on these fingers. I can't flip through the books on SD. This version is 0.8.13. Oh, Steam Deck. Okay. Let me do an announcement. Probably should do that. Hey, Keikaru. I just did. Alrighty. Unfortunately, no. The black bars on Steam Deck are intentional and they are locked. You shouldn't be losing any content. It's just that the game is it's 16:9 and Steam Deck is not. So it should be that you're just seeing exactly what you would otherwise be seeing. But if you think that you're getting stuff cut off, let me know. The intended experience on Steam Deck is that you'll have black bars that are very tiny, top and bottom, in regular gameplay, and then in cutscenes they become a little bit tighter even still. So you should see like not two layers, but deeper black bars during cutscenes. The game does have black bars and cutscenes even in 16:9. That's just how it's designed. Is there anything black in the game though? They are dark. They are like a very dark blue instead of like absolute black. Maybe because I don't have a Steam Deck, I can't tell how much that stands out. Thank you so much. I can make them jet black. I could probably do that. I'm just not sure what looks good or bad because I don't have the hardware. If you put it in the Discord, I can address it. Okay. We got the book. Maybe we could do, it's not quite right, is it? As this side's needs a little more extension. Like maybe that far. Looks good to me. The look up animation got removed. You could still look up, but I removed it because it was looking a little awkward whenever you went to do the up attack, like to swing upwards on the sword. He looked up. So it looked like he wasn't focusing on the target. It looked like he was just looking somewhere else. And so for now, there's no look up. There's going to be some logic in there that will fix that. Obviously, like chat, this demo is a live demo. There will be updates. So don't feel like if there's something buggy or wrong, that's totally fine. Like I'm working on it. Holding up locks in. Oh, that's no good. Wait, so if you were walking and then you press up, he's stuck in the walk animation? That's annoying. Well, how come I haven't seen that before? This hand needs to be as dark as that hand. Perfect. All right. Can I stop now? Am I done? I don't think I feel done. Yeah, what's the feedback? Okay, what about now? That line? What do you mean specifically the diamond? But you can't see the bottom of the hilt. The bottom of the hilt isn't there. It's occluded by his hand. This is his thumb. What else are we looking at? I haven't, so like this is his hand and this is his thumb and the bottom of the hilt is somewhere under here. Like it'd be like there would be the bottom of the hilt. The bottom of the blade is not aligned with the grail. You're saying this comes up too high? This way? Relative to this going out that way? I think I understand what you're saying. All right. Are we happier? It's not a huge compliment. It's just they're in a similar genre. That's like saying Lord of the Rings and Akatar are similar, you know? Okay, but what about now? Well, that would be more an issue of this part not being right. That would be this being too far out, I guess. But it's also getting closer to us. This is a perspective thing. Like I don't know if they're supposed to be. I mean, it's so minor. When something comes towards you, the lines don't go in straight lines. They go in kind of like fisheye. So, I mean, maybe, I guess I could flatten this out a little bit. I know it's not perfect. I mean, I know that. Well, that's the plan. All right, let's take a look now. That line to there probably bows in too much. And then this line to there is mostly okay. So you want this line coming further over. All right. Anything else? Anybody else? Before I put this on a t-shirt? I'm doing it right now. So speak now or forever hold your peace. You want more flames? And you want a moon here? I think I have to remove that, but I could do like maybe this. It's a little bit Halloween though. It's too Transylvania. Glow in the eyes? In whose eyes? When you say glow, like glow means this. That's glow. His wrist? Which wrist? The sword wrist? No, I'm okay with that. I'm not really trying to draw your attention to it. It's undefined on purpose. This is going to be so hard to appreciate. Like the size of this, let's just look at it for a second. Right, IRL, that's the size. Okay. Oh, you can't see it, but on my screen, like if I put that on my shirt right now, like I could give like a little bit of definition here maybe, but I don't know. I don't even think so. I think it's just that. All right. Oh, help me. Help me out here. I might cut into, first of all, we're getting rid of this entirely, so dink, done. It needs to be more like all right. Do we want more flames? Is that a thing? In front of the sword even? Oh, the three wolf moon. I get the reference. Any other comments? Do you want a logo? Next question. Do you want the Insignia logo at the bottom? Or too cheesy? Would you prefer it just without it? Could do something small. This just feels a little too high when I zoom out. Better. How would you create similar game assets and sprites from said game legally? When you say said game, what do you mean? Do you mean like an example game? Color palette and art style. I'm curious because Google says it's illegal to copy game assets. Pardon me. Like there's a specific game. Yeah, I mean like take a screenshot and do mock-ups. You know what I mean? I think this maybe is one too many. I think the 3 at the front does enough. Don't take assets, but if you can take inspiration from assets for sure. Okay. Yo, thanks for the follow. I think I just leave that. I think I just leave it. Say nothing. And then same thing here. We just do this and this until it's gone from there. Okay. Ta-da. It finished. Just one little. Okay, now it's finished. Final. Now it's done. Wait. Okay, now it's... Okay, now I think I'm done. This is impossible. This is impossible. How do I move on? How do I move on? I can see flaws everywhere, but I think I just have to accept it. I think I have to accept it. Chat, this is hurting me. Chat, help. How can I stop? When do I stop? Obsessive compulsion. It's happening to me. Wait. Ah. Oh man, I keep seeing things I don't like. Like the black levels here versus here. Like that should be darker, right? Yeah, it should. All right. I'm not going to panic. I'm just going to do exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm going to wrap this up and then that'll be it. The black levels are the last thing I get to change. And then I have to go anyway. I'm actually going to run late for my meetup. Technically, they're meeting in about 5 minutes, but I'm going to show up about an hour after that because we're not doing the thing until a bit later. Okay. Okay. Help me, chat. Help. I'm begging you. Help. All right. Why are his eyes red? Well, in this version, he's looking at fire. That's why his eyes are red. I just made it a stylistic choice. What do you think? If I make it blue, look what happens. See how it kind of like dulls it? Makes him really passive looking. Whereas if I make it red, it brings the active. I don't know. To me, it feels a bit more active. All right. Okay. Oh my gosh. There's more to it as well. Let me do like one more line here to help show her back, her lower back, and then like one more line just darker here. And then I'd love to go a little darker here too, and maybe even here. But that's got to be about it, I think. I don't know what I'm doing with this part. This sucks, this bit. It's so bland. Whew. Okay. All right, chat. Now I think I'm pretty much done. I got nothing left in me. This can go back. Oh my gosh. I'd love to spend 24 more hours on it, but I think I'll leave it right where it is. And the logo here, what size? Tell me how big you want it. Also, do I like the changes I just made? Everything except that. That doesn't have to be that way. Yeah, even here it doesn't have to be. Okay. Do I like the changes? Yeah, strictly improvements. Much better. so small. How small are we talking here? Let's... Oh. You tell me. We're talking like this big? Like that, maybe? If that's the image, that looks pretty centered to me. But I'll... exactly as it is right now. But I'll give you like... I can't really do anything like that, can I? All I can maybe do is like little bits here and there. But I don't really want to do that. Like I could throw in some highlights at the back, but I don't think it... I think it hurts the legibility of it. Yeah, almond's looking really good. Like that. You want it there? It is available, Adrian. All right. Any other changes? This is what you're getting. Exactly like this. That's what I'm exporting. Well, Blood Red, you were in the very far minority. More definition in the kunai. I can do that. It's no big deal. I can give you like a white highlight here. He actually has a sword. It's not really a kunai, but I think I like him with a kunai right now. Oh, the white line, it's just like a stylistic something. It's not like a part of the thing. Okay, maybe what I'll do is save this exactly like this first, and then optionally we can add the logo. Boom, file, export, just like that. Let me tell my friends not to wait for me for dinner. Cool. I can add a little signature. think I want it. Not there, that's too much. Maybe like over here. My actual signature is more like this. If I was doing art. Okay. Oh, on and off for a week. But this is half the piece. There's actually another piece. There's not half. There's another half on the right. Okay. Export. And then here in Figma, I take the, what do? I go here, I go here, I go .png, this one. I think I'm done, but I don't think I think I'll post this like tonight or tomorrow. I need some time to like look at the designs and maybe even print off a test.
Hello?
Hello.
Wow, that looks good.
You like it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do.
It's done.
I think it looks really good.
This is like one half anyway. The other half's all that, but for now, as like a poster. Thanks. Yeah, I'll paste the edits over the wide. All right, everybody. This was fun. Please enjoy the demo. And I'll see you all on Monday. Look out over the weekend for the notification about the merch. I will post the merch probably tomorrow. But you know how it is with me. So, thanks everyone. Let's raid Moonwood. Thank you. That's it. That's the stream. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.